Damn. um. Oh. Delivery on the loot. That's so convenient. I almost feel bad for killing him. Almost.
Hopefully, I can just kind of circle around the island here, because I need a boat to get to the neighboring island anyway, which I think is close enough that you can use these smaller ones. Or I could just go on foot and see if there's another boat I can use. When you die, you leave behind an echo which can be revived by other players. That's cool. Holy crap, Lady Devon! That's awesome! Lady Devon is another streamer. I don't know if you guys know her, but I know her. She's awesome. So apparently she's playing this. Oh! Is made out of people. They are making food out of people, and we know that. We are actually okay with that. Oh, wow. This game suddenly got so dark. Very cool.
Why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
You're shitting me! The Turian military has one about me?
Oh, absolutely. I heard it myself from a private back on Palaven.
Alright, why does the Alliance hire pilots with brittle bone disease?
So their Marines can beat someone in hand-to-hand drills.
Damn, you need to tell James that one.
Oh
Hey,
my
what's
god.
the hardest part about treating a Turian who took a rocket to one side of his face?
Figuring out which side took the rocket.
Oh my god, I've never seen that before. That's amazing!
Oh my god, you build the actual family tree? What? Oh, wow. This is really heckin' cool. I'm not finding any ultimate weapons, although I got lots of other crap. No pun intended. Oh, hello. That's not gonna fight the dragon. And down you go. Steel helmet of minor alteration. Happy New Year, dragon. Moira's ah! What? Wow. These guys have been doing strength training with the compies, I see. We are on track to try and find the Death Star.
Grand Moff Tarkin will be outraged. Someone has stolen precious data from inside the Grand Moffice.
The Grand Moffice, I love it.
That's right, it's called the Grand Moffice. Now don't just stand there looking at me. Go retrieve those stolen plans. The thief fled in an ATST, so get moving!
Well, I'm not cold anymore. I stand corrected. Oh my god, the charging of the boar. Oh. Hey. This is not the arrangement I have with you guys. When I shoot, you die. That's the deal. I need more oxygen plants.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Yeah, thanks. Got that. I think I'm gonna die again. Oh. I have no idea how to get out of here. I'm so dead. I'm so far down. Whoops. Boom Boom is down. What the hell? Whoops. Sorry, Boom Boom. Oh god. Boom Boom.
Get to the top and secure Gaia. I'll stop Gerard.
World of Wonders. We did it, guys. We made it to WoW in the 80s.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
It might seem strange, but it'll keep her safe from timefall and chiral contamination, while allowing her to breathe.
Excuse me.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I may have changed my mind. I actually kind of like this. This has some real potential.
You have no idea.
I do. A good one. If it works.
I won't bother checking. Nope. Nope, Cassandra. No. Damn it. You...
Out of the way, folks. Don't make me shoot you. Whoa. Whoa.
This is the end.
Oh!
Suspect reported in your area, potentially armed and hostile.
Wow!
Received. Mobilizing now. Out.
That was brutal! Holy crap!
It doesn't seem to open. That doesn't seem to work.
I tried to give the deadly piranha poodles to the meat. Oddly enough, that does not seem to be working. Suspicious. Great. You've been snatched from existence by a tentacled beast lurking beneath the grate. You feel the painful sting of digestive fluids. Good evening, folks, and welcome back to the Library of Lore. I apologize for how late it is that we're getting started tonight. I had, a lot of you probably know from the Discord, I've had the worst choice paralysis tonight. My brain is not cooperating. I've been struggling with what to play tonight all day. It's been going through my mind. I've been browsing lists. It's ridiculous. But anyway, we have finally decided, with input from you guys on the Discord, we have settled on Pillars of Eternity, which I'm going to be playing on the PC. And so this is a bit of a return, actually. We've played Pillars before. We'll have to see how it works on the new PC. And we'll take it from here. How's it going, Unstara? Okay, there we go. So we've got the game installed. Let's see how it runs. Let's see if it pops up on stream. Ah, well, that's one thing at least we don't seem to have to worry about. Oh, wow. Look at this, March 17th, 2017. I played this over 5 years ago. Damn. I don't think we're gonna load up the old save, though. I think 5 years warrants a new attempt. I think we'll do a new game. But I'm not gonna delete those saved games. I'm gonna keep those. That's pretty impressive. Maybe I can get some legacy clips out of those in the, recovered footage courtesy of Cassie fashion. Yeah, I do believe you're right, Aaron, though. I do believe you're correct. It was either a birthday stream or it could have been just, the day after. Because back then, 5 years ago, I was probably still doing the 2 streams a day thing. And I was certainly still doing the occasionally streaming during the day thing. New game settings. Let's see. Storytime mode is for players who are more interested in exploration and story development than the challenge of combat. While storytime is active, the enemy composition of battles is the same as normal difficulty, but the game mechanics are biased in the player's favor. Additionally, the party can carry an unlimited number of camping supplies. Oh, actually, I didn't even think to look at the timestamp. You're right. Okay, so you're right. That's a birthday stream for sure. Easy difficulty requires minimal micromanagement and easily forgives mistakes in combat. It is strongly recommended for those who are new or recently returning to real-time party-based RPGs. Normal difficulty requires strategy and efficiency but forgives a few mistakes in combat. It is not recommended for newcomers to real-time party-based RPGs. Hard difficulty is suited for Infinity Engine veterans who are looking for a challenge. Survival requires micromanagement and optimization of stats through items, spells, and abilities. Path of the Damned or story. So basically you want one extreme or the other. It looks like we went easy last time. We could do story time this time. Expert mode disables a number of helper features in the game. Players who want to rely on their own faculties and intuition while playing the game should play Expert mode. This option is selected when you start a new game. It cannot be enabled in-game, and if disabled, cannot be re-enabled in that game. And Trial of Iron. In Trial of Iron mode, only one save file is kept for the entire playthrough. If the player is killed, the file is deleted and you must start again. This option can't be changed in-game. Path of the Damned, Expert Mode, and Trial of Iron, for sure. I think we'll go with this. Although that would be pretty fun to try after a full playthrough. It's nice that you have Aranlar as your barometer for things you won't want to do. Yes. I mean, honestly, it genuinely is useful at times. Perception affects a character's chance to cause interrupt on attacks and contributes to accuracy and the reflex defense. It may also be used in conversations and scripted interactions to notice small or hidden details.
5 wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern, his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
I'd forgotten how atmospheric these scenes can be, even though it's a static image. I love the art. It's beautiful. Be sure to read the stats and what they do. It's not a straight-up parallel to D&D. Yeah, I remember that, actually. I remember when Pillars of Eternity 2 came out, Matt Mercer made a video on, like, actually, because they have the whole, the sound set of all the Vox Machina characters for Pillars of Eternity 2. He created all of the characters in the game. And he kind of went over and made a point of emphasizing that it's not the same as D&D, so don't be too much of a stickler if you're trying to recreate the characters on what attributes to set at what values and all that, because it's going to be kind of loose. And so, yeah, it's different, but it's pretty cool. Hey, Jim, how's it going? I'm the one who got all excited over this War of Mine and Tyrant. What are we gonna do? Elves are the dominant race in Iar Glenfath and the white that wends and are extremely common in the Deerwood and Adair. Elves are known for their speed and intelligence as well as a commonly isolationist nature. Okay, that sounds pretty... Oh wait, what is godlike? Children of the Kith, civilized species who have been blessed with physical aspects associated with the gods, though some do not consider it a blessing, so this is the tiefling equivalent. These aspects may take many forms and often come with mystical powers. Aberrant head shapes are typical and godlike or unable to wear protective headgear. Definitely a tiefling. Okay, I like the elf. I like the elf. We'll go elf. Jared, what the heck? Why are... Oh my god, alerts are still barked.
If I may have your attention for a moment. A multi-year subscriber has just resubbed again. Allow me to welcome you back.
Thank you so much, Jarek, for 38 months. That's amazing. By the way, folks, I don't know if we will have any triggered tonight, especially because Stream Elements is still doing weird things with my alerts, but I recorded all new follower alerts, so you're not going to hear any of the old alerts anymore for followers. It's all new stuff. There's the same number of them. It's going to go through 12 different variants, but they're all Lore Seeker alerts now. Godlikes are weird. You get to choose their special element on the next step. Oh, they're more like Genasi. Oh, that's interesting, Anstara. But sure, Tiefling too. So maybe somewhere... kind of in the mushy middle between Genasi and Tiefling. I was lurking in Greeny's, but his stream crashed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I hope the rest of his stream goes better. It's kind of looking like we're going to play Greedfall tomorrow, so that should be fun. Oh, another thing I need to check as soon as I'm able to get to settings. Maybe I should... Hang on. I want to get back because I want to take a look at what the settings for the game are. I don't actually know what resolution we're in. Ah, I thought the armor looked very crisp. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Abort. Action speed, reflex defense. Oh yes, we saw this one before.
5 wagons grope blindly for...
1 second, guys. I'm just pro streamer all the way tonight. Godlikes have such elements as fire, moon, nature, and death. Huh. We get to make other characters for the party later, right? Or do we just pick up more characters as we go? I don't remember which way they went with it. We could always make a godlike as an additional character later. Yeah, that's what I want to do, Jarek. I've been, like, dying to play this forever. And I actually did stream it, like, 5 years ago. But it never really picked up an audience. I'm hoping things will be different these days. You can do both, but you're 100% better off with companions because they have story and interactions and voice lines. Got it. Okay.
5 wagons grope blindly.
Oh, wow, you've been around. That's true, actually. You've been around a long time, Jarek. Okay. I like that it's a different random character each time. Oh my god, she looks so different than the elf we had before. Pale elf? Oh, that was the difference. That's the one we had before. It's unclear exactly how long ago the Pale Elves, or Glamfelin, came to the southern polar regions of the world, but they lived there for at least 12,000 years based on their continuous contact with Almana traders. They appear to be among the most stationary ethnic groups in the known world, migrating within the polar region but seldom venturing far north. They are rare in all northern lands, and most people consider them exotic if they've ever seen one at all. Elemental endurance, all Pale Elves have increased burn and freeze damage reductions. Favorite early gaming memory? I guess Age of Empires 2 in 1998 or 9, and then of course Baldur's Gate. Amazing. I've never really played a whole lot of the Age of Empires series, but I know a lot of people absolutely love it. And Baldur's Gate has long been a favorite of mine, and it's one of the main reasons that I've really wanted to finish this game. This is such a great return to that spirit of gaming. Welcome on in, Matt. It's good to have you here. Nice, Aranthar. Wood elves trace their beginnings far north of present-day Adir and have migrated south throughout the forests of the continent, now covering it all the way south across the equator. They are also believed to have migrated across the sea to Iarglen-Fath. While physiologically identical to one another, wood elves from Adir are culturally different from those in Iarglen-Fath and consider themselves wholly different groups. Distant advantage. Against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away, wood elves gain bonuses to accuracy, deflection, and reflex. Oh, thank you, Matt. That means a lot. I appreciate that. I think we will go with Wood Elf. I am a sucker for elves. Now, what are we going to be class-wise? We are fortunate to welcome a new lore seeker to the library ranks. Thank you for the follow. Ah! I screwed up the message part. I can fix that later. That's easy enough. I was doing all that really late last night. I didn't even actually plan to redo all my follow alerts last night. I just kind of ended up doing it. Welcome name. You know, a monk might be fun. Monks belong to a variety of fighting orders that have sprung up in Ixmital and the Eastern Reach over the past few centuries. While many monastic orders trace their teachings to the enduring founder Talak, individual organizations vary greatly in their focus, morality, and ethics. Common folk respect the incredible discipline of monks, but see them as an odd, unpredictable bunch who may not be entirely sane. Even mercenaries and other adventurers aren't sure what to make of them. Starting ability, Transcendent Suffering. When monks have no weapons equipped, their unarmed attacks are exceptionally powerful and continue to increase in damage as they gain levels. Wounds. As monks are damaged, their pain generates wounds. Wounds can be used to power many of the monk's special abilities. Okay, this is actually... It flies in the face of my normal preference to go magic. But this sounds really fun, actually. Not entirely sane, gotta go with it, I know, right? One of my favorite gaming memories for me is when I was home at my best friend's place. Him and his dad were playing Dungeon Keeper 2. My friend was possessing and first-person controlling a minion. His dad noticed this and lured him into a corridor with a door and a boulder trap, as an Indiana Jones kind of boulder trap. He smacked the door down, and then came the trap. That scream is still with me today. Oh man, Jarek, that sounds amazing. Monk's big thing is they gain power on taking damage in individual fights. Just playing Pillars of Eternity 2, already finished the first one like 2 or 3 times. Honestly, as much as I do want to finish this game, I really want to play Pillars 2. That's one of the big things for me. And I particularly want to play it with all the different sound sets for the Vox Machina characters. Which I know people are going to tell me, go through it with normal characters first, with the in-game companions, because of all the story and all that sort of stuff. But I really want to do it with that sound set, damn it. I really want to play it with that sound set. All I know is the story goes on from the first to the second. Yeah. We're going to be a monk. A wood elf monk. Because that's a combo that probably doesn't get done very often. Monk abilities cover an array of effects to bolster the effect of their melee attacks, protect the monk from afflictions, or turn the tables on attackers. Most monk abilities are powered by wounds, but some simply have per encounter or per rest use. I am noticing the UI is not the swiftest. The monk's hands become a frenzied blur of attacks, increasing their attack rate for a brief period. Requires 1 wound, speed instant. Plus 25% attack speed for 10 seconds. Actually, I kind of like that. Torment's Reach. This ability exploits the shared bonds of universal suffering between all beings. The initial target is hit with a powerful blow that deals additional crush damage. Enemies in a cone behind the target suffer crush damage and have their might reduced. Oh my god. That sounds awesome, but I like Swift Strikes better. I think we're going to do that one. I refuse to use companions in games like this because I want my own story. That's entirely fair, Aranor. Now I'm starting to want to play this game again, then I am doing my job correctly. Love it. Attributes define a character's basic mental and physical strengths and weaknesses. They modify many gameplay statistics and are often used to unlock options in conversations. Character creation allows you to choose which attributes your character will emphasize, but spells and items can further modify your attributes during gameplay. The companions tie into your story too. It's definitely more about you in this game than in some other games. Okay, now you said specifically read the attributes. Might represents a character's physical and spiritual strength, brute force, as well as their ability to channel powerful magic. During interactions, it can be useful for intimidating displays and acts of brute force. In combat, it contributes to both damage and healing, that's interesting, as well as the fortitude defense, recommended for monk. Constitution is a combination of the character's overall health and stamina. Although it is not used much in interactions, it is sometimes checked to withstand pain or endure a physically taxing ordeal. In combat, affects maximum health and endurance and contributes to the fortitude defense. Highly recommended for monk. I like that it clarifies and qualifies these. You know, might is recommended for monk. Constitution is highly recommended for monk. And if you're relying on taking damage in fights so that you can do more damage in turn, that makes a great deal of sense. Dexterity is an abstraction of a character's hand-eye coordination, balance, and overall grace. In interactions, it can be used for sleight of hand and fast reactions. In combat, it affects the character's speed or action speed with all attacks, spells, and abilities, and contributes to the reflex defense. Also highly recommended for monk. Reading them helps general comprehension. The non-intuitive thing, for example, is that might is great for a mage as well as a fighter because it's the damage stat. Interesting, Anstara. Yeah, basically, well, that's kind of the way that monks are built in this game, Jim Racer. This, unlike some of the other games that we've played, this is not Dungeons & Dragons. It's very closely inspired by it, but it's very legally distinct from it and works quite differently in a number of ways. Perception represents a character's senses as well as their instinctive ability to pick up on details. In interactions, it can be used to catch someone in a lie, to make an observant comment about their appearance, or to notice something happening in the background. In combat, it contributes to accuracy, the reflex defense, and grants a bonus to interrupt. So I'm probably going to want this one. This would be, you know, maybe after these ones. Since this is a Baldur's Gate style real-time with pause game, Dex makes you flat out act faster. Monks are seemingly hand-to-hand berserkers. Yes, that's about correct. The voiceovers are amazing. Excellent, Matt. I can't wait to try that set out. Intellect represents a character's logic and reasoning capabilities. In interactions, it can be useful for deduction, sudden realizations, and problem solving. In combat, it contributes to the will defense and influences duration and area of effect for all abilities and talents. So for once, we probably won't be dumping tons of points into intellect. Resolve reflects a character's internal drive, determination, fearlessness, and the emotional intensity they can project to others. It can be useful for mental intimidation, leadership, and convincing performances. In combat, it helps characters maintain concentration and contributes to the will and deflection defenses. Okay, so I've got, what, 15 points to distribute? I'm starting to wonder if maybe I should lower my resolution back down to 1080. I love the way this looks in 4K, but I have a feeling the game's not going to run its best. Is this too much emphasis on Constitution? Should I maybe drop that a little and add more to Might and Dex? I remember when only dwarves as fighters were blood ragers. Perception is all about hitting. Important note in this game, the amount by which you hit matters. Hit by a lot, you crit. Miss by only a bit, you graze. Interesting, Anstara. Grazes can still apply effects and stuff. Oh, man. Resolve is good to have for conversation checks, which is why I tend to put some points in it. Maybe I'll put a little less. Honestly, all stats are good. That's fair. What do you think of this? I did. I watched that earlier today, Jim Racer. It was hilarious. My God. Season 3 of Lower Decks looks absolutely phenomenal. I was cackling the whole episode. It was so reference-filled. It was great. Looks good to you? Okay. Yeah, I think I might have to reduce the resolution of the game here. Oh, except I was clicking the wrong thing. Okay, let's try the correct thing. Okay, that wasn't too bad. The Adir Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It is centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the Empire has colonies on numerous areas of the world, Greater Adir is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. Deadfire Archipelago. Consisting of the nation of Nasatak, dozens of Almawa settlements, and hundreds of lawless pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea, Deadfire is home to boreal dwarves, Almawa, and a mixed variety of other races. Deadfire Archipelago is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. And isn't the next game... Don't they give you sort of, like a home base that's basically you're on a ship? So you're probably ending up going right through that region, don't you? Deadfire is the second game setting, yes. Adir is the Empire. Ixmiddle is Funky Monklands. Oh, that sounds fun. Living Lands is Scary Doomlands. Wild at Wens is Arctic. Located in the northeast of Ireland Fath, the Ixmiddle Plains are a large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by human and Orlan residents. The Ixmiddle culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out little over the past several thousand years. I love the outfit. This looks amazing. So what is this? Oh, Resolve +1. We can just choose based on what it gives us. That would give us Dexterity 1. Adir would give us Resolve +1. Old Valia. Intellect +1. Rautai would give us Constitution. Living Lands, Might. White that Wens, Perception. Oh my god, this armor. So Deadfire would give us Dexterity, which kind of plays in there. Where's Constitution? Could go Ruatai. I'm a sucker for the Arctic, so I often go with the white that wins, but go with what style or stat you like. Yeah. This is just your starting clothes anyway, though you keep them as an outfit. Okay. The Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them Almawa, Orlan, or Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the East. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. I kind of like the Constitution bonus for the monk, so I think we might go with this. Background. Probably not aristocrat. Although it does give us a lore +2 bonus, which, you know, that kind of goes with the whole library thing. You've lived your life amongst the nobility. Your days have been marked by lavish meals and extravagant parties. Your conversations peppered with talks of pedigree and bloodlines. Definitely classic monk upbringing there. Drifter. You never quite fit in no matter where you go. Each new town is just a place to rest briefly before moving on to the next. You are more comfortable on the road, traveling the world. Now see, I could see that being a monk kind of thing. Backgrounds sometimes make their way into conversation options too, so it's not merely fluff and stats. That's good to know. Your life has been spent in the study of your craft. You trained and prepared, hoping to hone your skills and ply your trade. You've traded goods from all over the world, pairing items with buyers of all kinds. Lore and mechanics. Interesting. Oh my god, Aaron Lord, that actually works. You have never known freedom. Shackles and chains have bound your existence, and someone has told you what to do your entire life. Mechanics is the lockpicks. Okay, that's good. You've made your name for yourself as a troublemaker. Disrespect for authority and a lack of care regarding the rules are recurring themes in your life. You live for the thrill of the chase. Whether for glory or for sustenance, you have made your life taking the lives of wild creatures. It's always good, essential to have someone with high mechanics. Blade in battle is your way of life. You solve your problems by pulling out your weapon and applying force. For you, knowledge is a relentless pursuit. You hoard each kernel of information as though it were precious metal, and time you don't spend learning is time wasted. I have to admit, I really like that one. The Scholar Monk is also kind of an awesome, background in my mind. I find myself tempted by Scholar, Drifter, and Merchant. So we would get Lore +2 from Scholar, Stealth and Mechanics +1 each from Drifter, and Lore and Mechanics +1 each from Merchant. Because lockpicking in this game is threshold-based, not random or skill-based. If you meet the difficulty with your skill, it just happens. If you're just under, you spend lockpicks. If you're too far under, you can't pick the lock. Scholar and Monk seem to go together thematically. I was thinking the same with Scholar and Drifter. Monk and Drifter. Monk and Drifter works well. Monk and Scholar also works well. I think we'll go and we'll get that hefty +2 lore bonus. Come on, game. Culture. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, so we're done culture. Now we're going appearance. I think I like that one. turn her at all? Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, actually, that looks kind of good for a monk, too. The hair might be a little bit bright. I kind of like that one. I believe you can change your appearance values anytime you want. You certainly can in the second one. Okay, that's interesting. $99, they certainly give you a lot of options. Oh, that's cute. Oh, there we go. Okay. Not exactly a perfect match, but we'll go with it because it's close enough. It's got the right hair color, at least.
Yeah?
Is that all it gives us?
Follow me. Steady does it.
Okay, that'll work. Well, I mean, I decided we were going to be playing this, what, 15 minutes before I started stream because I had to download the freaking game. So I didn't really have time to go looking for a custom portrait. I wonder how Midjourney would do at generating custom portraits. I'm not going to play with that on stream, but I'm going to have to keep that thought in my head for later. New quest, The Gilded Veil. Caravan Master Odema. The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you are planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods toward a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who would be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Veil's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odema looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfell who carries an old sun-bleached bow. Sparfell nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
So tea is not water, is what I'm hearing. Nope, tea is distinct. Tea contains water. It is not water itself. What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear.
I love the voice work in this game already.
Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
Your character's attributes, skills, class, race, culture, and sex may all open up options for you in dialogue. These options are not necessarily superior to the other responses, but give you a wider variety of choices to select from. The manner in which someone responds to your choices depends on their individual personality and attitude. Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous out here?
Not if you hurry about your business. And not if the weather holds up.
There is concern in his tone, but he does not elaborate. What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year? Rain, mostly. And wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a Beowick. Born out of the ether. The spirit's path. Never seen it myself. Never care to.
You just jinxed it, buddy. We're going to encounter it before the night's done. What are these huge rocks coming up out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
I'll go see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own time. Oh, it's not fully dialogue. Oh well. She needs to find some spring berries. Watch that she doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
Thanks.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything. Off with you. Hayden should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beowick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
Okay, let's see. Welcome to Pillars of Eternity. If this is your first visit to the world of Eora, you may want to watch these windows to become familiar with the tools and interfaces available to you. It's been 5 years. So, oh man, okay. I think I'm going to keep the tutorial open just in case.
Anyone need supplies? I've got sundries for sale.
That's... oh my god, that sounds so much like Liam O'Brien. These tall glass green pillars appear as if they have sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets shadows dancing within. Pongwood, how's it going? Oh, that's not a bad idea.
One moment. Did you know Twitch Prime members only get one free Prime subscription a month? Did you know someone just used theirs here? Thank you.
What the heck, Pongwood? 16 frickin' months? That's amazing, thank you. How are you doing tonight? It's really good to see you. There we go. Oh, let's not steal from our benefactors here. Finally got off work. Very nice. Anyone have any big plans for the upcoming weekend? Exploration is key in Pillars of Eternity. As you make your way through the Eastern Reach, open the area map to see what parts of the map you've already been to and what's left to explore. Liam O'Brien does do additional voices in this. Oh, that's really cool. I know that Matt Mercer does at least one or maybe several characters in it. Sparfell.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I saw it running. You have gained an item, ingredients, Admeth's wort added to the stash. I want to drag it around with the one button and it's not working. This path winds through a narrow canyon back the way you came. Grooves
We shouldn't
in
stray
the road
too far.
mark the passage of hundreds of caravans. Matt Mercer voices
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. What? Matt Mercer voices 2 companions and the main male character, and Sam Riegel's in here too. That is amazing. Oh, good. Pillars of Eternity combat uses a pausable real-time system. Because you will often manage more than one character at a time, it's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The options menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met, for example, the start of combat. Holy crap. That critical damage for 12 slash damage. Arena crits Young Wolf for 21. Oh, I love this. I forgot about this. Accuracy 32 minus defense 24 equals 8. Roll 60 plus 8 is 68. Hit storytime mode crit 24.6. DR4 equals 20.6 crushing damage. Wow. I love the breakdown. It's probably going to be a while before I fully understand it, but that's a really nice feature.
Right.
There's hits to crits in story mode. Nice. It certainly seems that way.
This is it,
Sure.
Word around camp is you've got a lot of knowledge tucked away. What kinds of things did you study before you came here? Probably grazes to hits too? Interesting. Word around. Okay, so let me see. This question because you chose Scholar. Yeah. Was I a historian? Did I take an interest in all matters arcane? Or did I study war and combat? As a monk, war and combat would seem to be pretty... Well, and actually any of them could really be. We're not going to shut her down, though. Actually, maybe historian. Yeah, how was it you happened to come here? Wanted to see with my own eyes what I'd only seen described in text. Decided it was better to be a part of history than to read about it. Excuse me. Came to realize that all history is written with an angle it's impossible to know what really happened. I made a poor choice and I was expelled for it. Wow. A student of both Kung and Fu, but also history. I think 1 is probably what I would go towards most. Then it was time for you to move on. For me, that's just about every week. Kaliska breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer makes the girl think, I'll give him that. You here to settle like the rest of the lot? It's a hard offer to pass up. You won't find many offers like it in these parts, believe me. Got some big plan in store? Gonna settle here and start a new life. Lay low here for a while, try not to draw too much attention to myself. Getting filthy rich. I have no idea what I'm gonna do next. A big part of settling here and starting a new life is, of course, going to be getting filthy rich, but we're gonna give this one as our primary reason. Well, who knows? Raedric pays well enough, maybe we end up neighbors. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odema will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Kaliska sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. Oh, that's recalling a vague memory. We'll see later on if I'm right. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ixamitil. But I'll do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me, so I'm here, and we'll see. Odema I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs, like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Deerwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Ratai and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Deerwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfell's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like when he feels like it. We should check up on him first. Slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Depends on the kind of monk, but yes, I tend to agree. Did I just speed? What happened?
Huh? Shh.
I'm just finding all the accidental key commands. Good to know stealth is control, though. Or, actually, alt. I lied.
Stay quiet. Nice and slow.
Keep wanting to examine.
What a surprise. Sparfel went hunting. At least he left the water skins. Come on.
Oh, I like this. You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Calliska waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. You have gained an item, quest, full water skin added to stash. Out of the trees emerges Sparfell, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there is a strangeness to his gait, his stride wobbly as he moves toward you with labored breath. Okay, so basically what you're telling me, Ansara, is that I want to have it enabled at all times.
Sparfell? Are you alright?
No, he was not all right. Sparfell's toe catches on a rock, and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
Ambush!
Oh, good. Ambush, also known as target practice. Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't well suited to penetrating an enemy's damage reduction. When the attack hits, the DR will wipe out all but a small percentage of the incoming damage. You'll hear your character complain about it when it happens. Take heed, note the damage type that's being blocked, and switch to a weapon or spell that does a different damage type. I love this. This is so much fun.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
No, we have to loot first. Priorities. Useful advice, though not too helpful for monks for now, because, if I recall correctly, you'll be able to gain the ability to do other damage types than Crush. That's awesome. The hand icon loots all. Okay.
Keeping quiet.
While scouting your character... Oh, hang on. Scouting mode is used for both stealth and for finding hidden objects like traps and secret containers. While scouting, your character selection circles will start to fill with yellow when a character is starting to detect them. Once the circle fills yellow, the character is suspicious and will move to investigate while the circle fills red. If the circle becomes fully red, your characters will be discovered. A character's ability to find hidden objects is based on his or her mechanics skill. A higher mechanics skill allows them to find objects at a greater distance. That's good to know. Now, let's take a look at our character sheet, because I never actually did that. I love this. The stats are awesome. Reputations, party reputations, elapsed time, travel time, time in combat, 7 minutes, 25 seconds. Total enemies defeated, 3. Most powerful enemy defeated, Arena, Young Wolf, and Calliska, Glenfath and Hunter. Most time in party, Calliska. Most enemies defeated, Arena. This is amazing. Highest single target damage, Arena with 21. Most crits, Arena with 1. Most hits, Arena and Calliska are tied at 2. Most damage taken, Arena's taken damage. What? Okay. Most times knocked out. I love this. This is so good. By default, D is fast mode and S is slow mode. Okay. Plus 6% damage and healing and plus 4 fortitude. Action speed, reflex. got some decent bonuses. Stealth 1, Athletics 1, Lore 2, Mechanics 0. Oh, neither of us have mechanics. That's great. Hey, Mad, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm remembering why I've held on to the idea of playing this game for so long. It's so well done. I love this. I hope you're doing well, Mad. I hope your week is going good. Now, I asked a while ago about plans for the upcoming weekend. Did anybody answer? Moving toward a character accelerates how quickly they detect you. If you actually touch the selection circle of a character with your own, you will immediately be detected. Okay. Thank you for the tip, Benstaro. Fast mode is disabled in combat and is useful for running around the map. Slow mode is useful in combat since it allows for fine-tuned control when you need it. Got it.
Huh?
Oh, that's cool.
Sure.
We're not actually hunting the deer, though.
What you need?
Sure.
Catch up. That was catch up, not catch up. Oh, we have a body. We have several bodies. Lockpick, leather armor. The corpse is cold to the touch and a ripe smell wafts from it in putrid waves. A dark, crusted blood stain besmirches its simple linen clothing. Weekend, have my Conan game Saturday night and a 5e Iron Kingdoms game tomorrow night. That does sound like fun. I love how they're kind of crab walking in sync with one another.
Stay quiet.
You got it. Oh, hello. Who might you be? Oh, you're the other hunter. Okay.
Let's go.
Whoa! Nice.
Stay quiet. Steady does it.
Oh. Our fellow travelers look a little more dead than they seemed the last time we saw them. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kaliska puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. It's just catch up or catch up? Yes, exactly. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe, with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Hyoden, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. The ruin has not been sullied by our hands, men of Air Glenfath. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. You now have one rank and a disposition reputation. These reputations represent how people perceive your personality throughout the world. Even seemingly nasty reputations will be favored by some people, and benign reputations often bring out the worst in certain people. No disposition is inherently good or bad in Pillars of Eternity. But if your main character is a priest or paladin, you must be careful not to misalign their dispositions with what is favored by their deity and order, respectively. For the main character only, their dispositions will modify the effects of holy radiance for priests and faith, and conviction for paladins. Okay, that's cool. So I say again, lay down your arms. Okay, so we are innocent in this. Will you not listen to reason? I can't do any of those because we don't meet the requirements. Athletics 1, rush the man before he can react. Lore 1, judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I am guessing you are worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowns and motions as if to swing his axe. Heoden winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head, intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? Laying down our arms feels kind of like we'll end up like our sleepy friends. Exactly, Anstara. The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some moldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not... He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did, just not you personally. But why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Heoden the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. You just actually'd him. I did. I loved it. Explaining. Holy crap, Jim. Weird distraction. That's my favorite. Oh, we've got him on our side now. That's pretty cool. Actually, let's take a look at some of these other characters here. What do we got? First level fighter. She's Meadowfolk. What the heck is Meadowfolk as a race? Is that like a subspecies of human or something? He's also Meadowfolk. Race Wood Elf. Oh, he's a rogue. Okay, okay. Meadowfolk is a type of human, yes. Okay. The other is Ocean Folk. Got it. Oh! Did she set him on fire by hitting him with a torch? That's amazing. How do I... Ah, perfect. Maybe not quite that tall, but I want this to be bigger so I can read it more easily. Sneak... Wow, he got a sneak attack in. This is so cool. I don't see anything in there about fire, but it certainly looked like she managed to set him on it. It's nearly impossible, if not impossible, to get that guy out of that pickle unhurt, as far as I recall anyway. Well done. Thank you, Jarek. Is that it? Cannot enter scouting mode in combat. Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise, his companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible throughout his, or beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs in the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good. Good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom slashed across chest and bowel, Odema's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
I was just thinking that, Anstara. I was just thinking that. He totally jinxed it. It's all his fault. Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Heoden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers who had been feigning death lunges for Heoden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Heoden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. Without a weapon in your hands, you can do little to help him from where you stand. Grab a rock and hurl it at the attacker. Your aim is true, and the jar hits Heoden loose. And the hit jars Heoden loose. Lurching to his feet, Heoden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Heoden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There's a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight. Hey, Callan Ray, how's it going?
Was that?
A Buick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Quest completed. A moment's respite. It's so good to see friends after spending 7+ hours in the hospital tonight. Oh god, how did it go, Callan Ray? Addendum added, the Gilded Veil. The party gained 1200 experience. Total quest. Oh, I love that it gives you. Oh. There were so many just little things about this that I really, really adore. This is so good. This is why I've held on to wanting to play it again. Even after I long forgot all the details, I knew it was really good, and I knew I really wanted to play it, and I'm so glad we started again tonight. Thank you, Anstara, for suggesting I do it. Hope you're allowed to recover now, so do I. Oh, you're talking to Callan Ray. That's even more important. I'm good, just had to make sure the shoulder wasn't going to kill me. Yeah, that's, yes. Please recover from that. This game does have a lot going for it. I'm kind of recognizing a lot of the little traces of evolution and stuff in the genre. Like, I had completely forgotten that this game had the same kind of story pages that go on and sort of narrate bits of it instead of making you play through all of the nitty-gritty details in a way very similar to what Planescape did, or not Planescape, Pathfinder did with Kingmaker. And I really, really like that. It's really good. I've had some fun with IKEA furniture assembly. One had extras and another piece had mission dowels. Huh. Party AI is active. Alright, what do we got going on here?
Stay quiet.
A lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble. Just have to wait for the next step, MRI and pain clinic. The ER doc assured me the arm had good blood flow and wasn't in danger of irreversible damage, which is what I was afraid of. That is excellent, Callan Ray.
Sure.
That should be far enough. But what now?
Theoden's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath.
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Kaliska shakes her head. Windstorm, of a kind they only get in Ire Glenfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glenfathan word is bivouac. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out, but they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glenfathans. Those who be the hut dwellers Adema warned you about. Look to be Fangs of Galawain, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odema. I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glenfathan said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odema would never allow it. But as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glenfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or... She glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. Had to go to my local store to get extra cam lock things because they're now plastic and they give you exactly the amount they think you need, like they imagine you aren't going to break any during assembly. Oh god. One of the reasons I don't buy IKEA any longer, if I didn't have another end table, my friend would be screwed. Not helpful because they ran out, so it could have taken a very long time for them to get it back. Yeesh. What about everyone else in our caravan? Kaliska's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Kaliska looks you in the eye, a volatile current running out beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me well enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse, too. Seen worse and kept on walking because there's nothing else to be done, and because there's other people you care about who still need you. Fair enough. Can't type tonight, oh boy. I think it is about time that I took a break, so if you guys will bear with me. I will be back in just a few minutes. That was a good chunk of damage. That's different. Ooh. Holy crap, what was that?
Wow. I was not expecting that.
There are many sand pits around Sandrock which contain a variety of fish. What?
Hey. This is maybe not the best. Crap. Oh god, when was the last save? This could be really bad.
What was that?
Hello, new builder. It is wonderful to have you here amongst our desert flock. I am Burgess, Chief Safety Inspector of the Sandrock chapter of the Church of the Light.
No solicitors, go away.
You will be safe there.
Hello there.
Your move.
Oh my. Done.
Where did you go off to?
Let's hear it.
Oh, that drone was assigned to an Albion detention centre somewhere in the borough. According to what I could pass, it was used to interrogate high-value local insurgents. This is one less weapon in their arsenal.
I can't believe this was actually useful for something.
I bet you I can use this.
Still got it.
Whoa! Wow.
What the hell? Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Trader Bandit. A man approaches the gate with a hefty backpack bursting at the seams with blueprints, measuring sticks, and other items. He has all the usual bandit trappings, but is acting in a very unbandit-like fashion. Oi oi, might I address whomever's in charge? A master builder is here, and you better listen. He's building a monument of sorts and needs construction materials. So how's about we trade, eh? He is offering fish, and I have a lot of metal. I could use the fish. Ask him if he has something more exciting to trade. No, I want the fish. Much obliged, the self-titled master builder shouts. The bandit completes the trade whilst closely guarded by the colonists and takes off with the materials, whistling happily as he goes.
In my defense, I am pretty certain that I needed food pretty badly at that point in that game. Okay. Thank you, Callenray. Thank you, Anstara. How's it going, Winters? Okay, let's see here.
Nice and slow.
Wonder who was here. See if they left anything useful behind.
Thank you, Mad. Thank you, Aranor. Mace. Camping supplies.
You've discovered some camping supplies. You can use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, fully restoring all of your character's abilities and health. Easy difficulty allows you to carry more camping supplies, but hard restricts them severely. If you fully run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available. I'm sure every well-equipped cave has at least one inn. Hammer and chisel. Small shield. Torch. The nice thing is, Jarrig, I, for years, had no idea of who made what clip, but Twitch just in the last week or so introduced a feature where they actually show who made the clip next to the clip in the list. So when I go and download clips, now I can actually see who made what. It's really, really, really awesome. Because, you know, I could find out before who made a clip, but it was, you know, I had to poke around. And most of the time I just didn't. Surviving the aftermath might own my soul right now. Nice, Calenray. It is such a great game. I really enjoy that one. Hello? A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobbly elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zarup. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Illirox, welcome. How's it going? The Zarup recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The Zarup watches warily as you go. Oh. Or we could just fight. My earliest gaming memory is when I was 2 years old. My dad sat me in his lap and let me play Doom 1, and I didn't understand anything and cried, so he enabled all cheats for me. That's amazing. That's really cool. Wouldn't have been my first choice of a game for a 2-year-old, but, you know, still a really cool memory. Well, I tried to be nice to it. But it did try to get in the way of my exploration, so what can you do, right?
Wait, do you hear that?
Keeping quiet.
Angwithan Relief Gem. This brilliant blue gem has been sculpted to look like an eye. I like that. Tattered journal. The small folio is torn in several places and blood is soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice and I've got my hands on a genuine Angwithan artifact. Fellow who had it said it was a pretty nothing as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Silantlis in the morning. Then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about. Scalder Whelp.
Let's go!
Wow. I think Arena punched it to death.
Keeping quiet.
That looks weak. Could be a shortcut.
A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Push on the wall. Use the hammer and chisel to weaken the wall or leave. I love the game, Illarox. This is not my first time playing, but I'm hoping it will be my first time finishing it. Why is one of the tags not dinos? Because I was kind of in a rush when I was setting up tonight. I accidentally started stream before I got all my metadata updated on the site, and I had dinos set because the last game I streamed before this was Jurassic World Evolution 2, so I removed the dino tag, and I couldn't think of what else to put there, so I just, on a whim, I put not dinos, because this is not a dino game. It's because we know two streamers who are dinos in disguise and we're trying to ward them off. I would never try to ward off Ultrasaurus. We love Ultra and want her to hang out as much as she can get away with. Let's push on the wall. Despite the damage, the stone looks heavy and solid. Push on it yourself, send Kaliska, send Heoden, try something else. I'm gonna push on it myself. You push the wall with all your might, but it does not give. One of your characters has become fatigued. Fatigue represents the physical and psychological wear and tear of demanding activity on a character. It is most commonly received as an injury when a character is knocked out, but some scripted interactions will also result in fatigue if they are especially grueling. Fatigue goes through multiple stages, initially inflicting minor penalties but growing in severity over time. Resting is the easiest way to remove the effects of fatigue, though some consumables can also remove fatigue. Okay, let's use hammer and chisel. You set to work. The cracks lengthen and widen with your efforts, but the process is more taxing than you'd expected. Sweat beads your forehead and your muscles begin to ache. After several long moments, you begin to see light on the other side. With a final tap, several blocks of stone shift, then tumble loose, clearing a gap just wide enough to pass through. I lost my hammer and chisel? What the heck? Love the lore and world in this game? Yeah. It's been 5 years since I tried streaming this game. I've been wanting to stream it again since. And I was suffering a really severe bout of choice paralysis trying to figure out what I wanted to stream tonight. So my Discord suggested this, and I'm really glad that I said, yes, let's do it.
Stay quiet.
I could scout ahead, see what's around the corner.
The Eastern Reach is a dangerous place full of lurking enemies and carefully concealed secrets. Enable scouting mode to move stealthily and search for hidden objects like traps and secret doors. It was a very big rock. Hello. Another Scalder Whelp. Boom. Oh. She didn't get to punch this one to death. Oh, and we don't get to loot it?
Nice and slow.
I feel cheated.
Nice and slow.
Can we please... That's better.
Oh, thank you, Illurox. Hammer and chisel are consumables like ropes and other things. You'll find more. That's fair, it's just you wouldn't think that's a thing that you would allow to be consumed when you're using it. I mean, hammers and chisels, they're expensive. You don't just leave
Fresh
them
air in
lying
here.
around when you're done.
I think we found an exit. Sounds like the storm path, too.
Of course there are spiders in this game. Of course there are.
Let's go!
Murder. And or buy them, yes.
Stay quiet.
Oh, look at this. I bypassed a puzzle.
Let's go!
Bats as large as chickens are strung in the web. Let's hope that's the biggest of the spiders then. Disposable tools, maybe cheap iron, and the inevitability of spiders, yes. How I wish giant spiders wasn't an overused trope, I know. I keep thinking it would be really awesome to make a modern Daggerfall style game that's based largely on procedural generation, and one that would finally not include spiders as an enemy. I think that would be
nice and
awesome.
slow.
Jasper and agate. Okay, I guess we are getting the heck out of here. I don't think this game is actually all that old. Let me quickly check. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. It is absolutely old school. It is intentionally done in the style of Infinity Engine games like Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale and Planescape Torment and whatnot. But I don't think this game itself is actually that terribly old. I might be mistaken, though. Time tends to pass pretty quickly nowadays. Pillars of Eternity. When did you come out? Huh. It just came out in 2015, so it's 7 years old now. It's starting to age a little bit, but I've been streaming longer than this game has existed. The point is that you want to murder the cute hydraulic skitterer. There are plenty of things you can want to murder without having to have it be spiders all the frickin' time. That's all I'm saying. Nope, 2015. Early 2015. March of 2015. I hadn't been streaming very long at that point, but I did start my very first stream back in October 2014. So, close to 6 months. Four figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer.
Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. Yeah, it's very deliberately old school. This game and a number of others very intentionally set out to create modern games in the style of the older Infinity Engine games from 20 years ago. And I'm really glad that they did, because I love this style of gaming. And it's even better with all the modern touches and finishes. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick gray beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with two protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book. Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
That looked a lot like the effects they were using for the Biowak earlier. For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still, then all at once it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end, a great pillar of Adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered, or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard and ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tic. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Heoden and Kaliska lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Vale may be your last hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Your character has earned enough experience to advance a level. Click the icon on their portrait to level them up. Oh, I do get to improve skills and whatnot. Excellent. Do I ever get to add to my base attributes? That's an important question. Let's see. Stealth allows characters of any class to attempt to avoid being seen or heard. It is used automatically whenever the character is in scouting mode. The higher the character's skill, the closer they can get to enemies before being detected. Oh, I get a bonus for being a monk. That's pretty cool. Athletics. Adventuring is tiring work. In addition to the hazards of Mortal Kombat, adventurers have walls to climb, rivers to cross, and pits to leap over. Once per encounter, characters with athletics can use the Second Wind ability to recover lost endurance. A higher athletics score increases the effect of Second Wind. In conversations and scripted interactions, athletics is used for physical feats like climbing, swimming, and jumping. Don't think so, but not 100% sure. Okay, that's fine. Lore represents a character's accumulated miscellaneous knowledge and trivia, often of occult or esoteric topics. Outside of conversations and scripted interactions, lore is used to activate scrolls. Higher lore values allow the character to use higher level scrolls. Oh boy. Traps and locks can be a problem for even the toughest adventurers, draining their resources and maiming or killing those who are unfortunate enough to trigger an unseen floor plate. The mechanics skill makes it easier to open locks and find and disable traps. Additionally, any character can use the mechanics skill to place traps of their own. The higher the mechanics skill, the more accurate the trap. In conversations and scripted interactions, mechanics can be used to activate or disable a variety of machines. Survival allows characters to choose from a variety of long-term bonuses each time they camp. The first 6 ranks grant the following bonuses: damage reduction, received healing multiplier, bonus movement, accuracy bonus versus creature type, increased consumable duration, bonus damage versus flanked enemies. After the 6th rank, the previously earned bonuses become more powerful in the same order they were received. Survival can also be used in conversations and scripted interactions that involve wilderness challenges or specialized information about nature. I'm tempted to take mechanics, except it's like the one thing I don't really get a bonus to. Oh, actually, I have 6 points. So I can take... No, we'll just get it up to 1. Come on, game. Okay, I guess I have to bank this one. Unused points will carry to the next level, yeah. No new class unlocks. +1 to stealth, athletics, lore, mechanics, and survival. Talents. Okay, so I can take one of these.
Fast Runner, Scion of Flame, Heart of the Storm, Spirit of Decay, Secrets of Rhyme, Quick Switch. Reduces the recovery time. Oh, switching weapons. That's probably the one thing I really don't need. I don't probably need any of those. Snake's reflexes, maybe? Plus 10 reflex. Increases the character's reflex defense, grants Snake's reflexes passive, self plus 10 reflex. Might consider that one. Lesser wounds. Lowers the monk's wound threshold, allowing him or her to gain wounds at a faster rate. Actually, that sounds really good. Let's do that one. And of course, we have to loot our friends. It's what they would want, after all. Whoa, what the what? That's creepy as heck. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy.
Yeah?
After leveling a character up, you may want to review their statistics. Open their character sheet to see their attributes, skills, abilities, and talents in greater detail. That's actually a pretty good idea. Grogu! Yes, it is. I haven't played this game on stream in 5 years. Actually, probably closer to 5.5 years. How are you doing tonight? It's good to see you. Distant advantage, transcendent suffering. Talents, lesser wounds. 437 health, 37 endurance, 13 to 18 primary and secondary damage. Accuracy, primary 5, secondary 5, interrupt 6, concentration 81. See, I can't really tell yet if any of these are good stats, but she seems to do pretty well in combat. Vessel flesh. You have gained an item ingredients. Vessel flesh added to the stash. That's great. Yay. Sorry about that, Grogu. Alright, how the heck do we get out of here? Oh. Of course. I suppose I can move this anywhere, can I? Ah, that works. Yep, I am starting fresh. I debated for about half a second whether I should continue my playthrough from 5 years ago, and I decided very few people were going to remember what was going on, even if they were here for that playthrough, so we're just going to start brand new. Okay, so we are here. We want to go... I guess we're headed towards Defiance Bay, right? I seem to remember we ended up here, and we eventually want to go... somewhere. Let's go to Valewood first. It will take you 6 hours to complete your journey from Celant Lys to Valewood. The character sheet contains all the details about your party members. It also features a list of all your personal and party stuff.
Ready to sleep like the dead.
Sleeping? Probably not the worst idea ever, actually.
Yeah?
How do I sleep? Inventory, journal, character, map, stronghold, options, stealth, camp. There we go. I don't remember what I had for supper, and I know we bought pizza. Wow, Galenray. I can barely remember a few days ago. On Tuesday, I got halfway through a soccer game before remembering I watched it again on the Saturday. Hey, at least you get to enjoy it again, though, Winters. There's not, that's not entirely a bad thing. I would remember some bits and bobs, but no real details. If you remember bits and bobs, you probably remember more about it than I do.
Sure.
River Reed. Can I go over this way? Yep. Can't loot the body? Fine then. Azarip.
Let's go.
It almost sounds like a predator. That's pretty creepy.
Keeping quiet.
CD, how's it going? It's good to see you. Things are pretty good today. Had a very slow start today. Any number of things. It's been a kind of a weird day, honestly. I woke up with a terrible headache, which thankfully I was able to get rid of pretty quickly. Then I discovered that I had also woken up to a tornado warning in my immediate area, which thankfully never materialized. So that was fun. And then I had the most terrible choice paralysis trying to figure out what I was going to stream today. Discord in general and Anstara in particular suggested that I play Pillars of Eternity, and I'm really glad because I'm having such a good time with this game. I've streamed it before, partially, but that was 5.5 years ago. So to say that I don't remember a whole lot is a bit of an understatement. I found a road. That looks like a skeleton, or maybe a ghost. Hello, ghost. That's creepy. Time for me to head out. Have a good night, Aranlor. Thank you for your help this evening. The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheel. Hang on. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. Noticing a tendency for this game to have an awful lot of dead people around. Who are you guys? Bandits, huh? How long's it take to make some damn stew? Don't rush me, you have to let the meat absorb the flavor. I overslept, missing my schedule for tonight. I'm here now and absolutely love my time here, so I call that a welcome change of pace. There you go. It's a bright side to everything. But when I say I had a slow start, I mean I usually try to start around 11 p.m. and it was an awful lot closer to midnight before I actually got going tonight. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get her, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Oops, I missed that last bit. Did they actually manage to hit me? Yeah, okay, I took very small amounts of damage there. This guy is smart. Mr. Tenfrith, not going hostile. That means his odds of surviving are a great deal higher than his buddies here.
Good day, stranger.
By the flame, thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life, or until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pasca know just what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my own oven again. You have earned a reputation.
Reputations can be held with communities or factions in the eastern region will affect how members of that group respond to you. In some cases, friends or enemies of those groups will also react to your affiliations. Helping a group will increase your positive reputation with that group. Harming a group... Harming a group will increase your negative reputation. It is possible to have a mix of positive and negative reputation with a group if you help and harm them in equal measure. I love this reputation system. I guess that person was a captive. Yeah, it kind of sounds that way on Stara. Nothing says I can't make things up later as well, so it's really not so bad. Yeah, exactly, CD. Exactly. New task, late for dinner. Okay. I want to see this reputation stuff here. It says I earned a reputation. What the heck? Oh, hang on. My specific reputation isn't... That's weird, though. Why would it give me a party reputation when my party is me? But I'm an ally of Gilded Vale with a fairly good reputation, so that's pretty cool. The tent is empty but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies. Reputations are for your specific demeanor, things like benevolent or cruel. Young wolf.
Steady does it. Let's go!
Boom. Oh, look at that. I see what you mean, Unstara. Arena grazes young wolf for 6 crush damage. So even though that's a technical miss, it was close enough for some effect. I like that. That's really neat. Chicken Wing, yeah, this is a great game. Cool enough to be a party all on your own, you're too kind, CD. Eventually you'll make enough, say, logical or benevolent or whatever decisions to gain a reputation for being that way. People will react differently to you as a result. I love that, Anstar. That's so good. I'm doing pretty good, Chicken Wing. I'm doing pretty good. Much better now than I was before. It's been a really good stream so far. Boom. There we are. These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Examine the wall more closely. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but the stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. You find a handhold and pull upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up. But the uneven bricks and odd angle of ascent make the climb difficult, and after a short distance your arms begin to burn too fiercely. You are forced to drop back down to the ground. Sadly, we might have to try that later.
Now that I am hungry again. Graze is half, crit is 1.5, also works on duration of crowd control, yeah. Okay, let's see about maybe getting out of this. Oh, hello, who might you be? Naunton.
Steady does it.
Damn thing, come on.
Greetings.
This man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. Greetings, he says, a little breathless. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. Our caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to Gilded Vale. Never mind the woods, there's a strange machine in the ruins up north. There were these figures clad in black performing some kind of rite. What's your hurry? I'm only passing through. I mean to reach Gilded Vale. Keep your nose in your own business before it gets lopped off. Wow. Now, number 1. Hard luck, and I'm sorry to hear it. You should be fine from here. There's no missing the Vale if you keep to the road and you haven't far to walk. But you'll want to keep clear of this place after that. We were just attacked north of here. Me and a friend of mine. We came out here to hunt some deer. Came up on a bear instead. Great monstrous thing. And Pearly, he didn't make it. He shakes his head. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Where did you find this bear? In a cave a ways up that way. He turns to point to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. Would hate to hear it took another life. In any case, this forest already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Name's Naunton, born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. We didn't see it coming. Naunton's face shakes as he speaks. Or voice shakes as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles and we went tearing off after it. We all but stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose, he smiled sadly. And this time, Gallowayne's favor fell upon the bear. Okay. Can we not... There we go. Like my dad with the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey team, when was their last win? 67? My only criticism so far is that fast mode isn't called Kitty Zoomies. Check the options under difficulty? What do you mean, Etsara? What am I looking for? Oh, show personality reputation. Interesting. Hang on. We will do that. Perfect. That shows basically the tone you're taking with answers. So far, I don't think I've had difficulty guessing what it would be. But then I guess I don't really have enough of a base of reference just yet. But it is about time for me to take a break, so if you guys will bear with me, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Actually, probably a few more minutes than normal. Usually it's about 3.5 to 5 minutes. I would estimate 5 to 7 minutes just because I'm going to grab the last of my food and eat a bit. So I'll be back in a few.
You will be safe, bear.
Hello there.
I'm happy to announce that we have a brand new lore seeker in the library. Thank you for the follow.
Your move.
Oh my... Besides, I thought she was still weirded out that the librarian is now a woman. Oh. Whoa.
Temple Guardian. Calcium cost.
Am I being attacked by chickens?
We have relatively limited storage. And, we have 394 branches. That kinda sounds like a lot of branches. It had not occurred to me that branches are going to be the bulk of our firewood over the winter. Is he just taking a nap? I mean, of all the possible things he could break out of his enclosure and do, that's probably about the best, but come on. I probably ought to kill that guy. Where are you? Oh.
Hey, Teo, got a surprise for you.
Oh, yeah? What's that? Spider-Man! Oh! Did you have an adventure? Oh, you almost gave Daddy a heart attack. Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did. Good work, other Spider-Man. Thanks.
Yeah. Of course.
This yours?
Oh, they have a fire. I can do some cooking. Oh, shoot.
I do have The Witcher 3 for PS4. Oh, shoot!
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Nice. Not bad. Ferengi Pack-Led, my god. Seriously? You can be Pack-Led? Rigelian, Saurian, Tellarite, Trill, Vulcan, and Alien. Wait, what? Alien, as opposed to...
minutes. Okay.
What just happened?
I am so sorry.
What else have we got here? Oh, how did I miss the donkey head?
It's a donkey mask. I don't want to look like a jackass. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. So knock it off.
Hang on tight, tiny spider!
Spider-Man, hey! I need a little help! Hey! Whoa!
Wait, how am I earning trophies? What the heck? I should already have gotten that. It's so weird. Well, that's impressive, though. I like that.
There is someone up there.
Gather the water to feed this.
Oh my god. There. Now, it's a little bit convoluted, but traffic can come down here and circle around and get off here, and they can go anywhere in the city, because they can go this way, they can go that way, they can go whichever way they want, and they can cross over on the bridges. It's not the most elegant interchange. That would save a lot of space, but I like this design.
Get your boats here. Good for the whole family.
Where am I going to want to stop these? Oh, whoops. A little before that. Oh. Whoops. Very sorry about that. There we go.
Okay, I'm Isaac Clement. Together, we'll create the most spectacular dinosaur park imaginable. And hopefully not die in the process. Really, I don't want to die.
You step on a part of the track which is extremely narrow. It wouldn't be so bad except for the sudden stop at the end. What are these clowns thinking they're doing?
Oh my god, did I actually get one?
Oh my god. Holy crap, guys. The 30th anniversary edition. Oh my god. I used to play this game, this edition of the game. I still have my book back there. Look at this. Can you... This is unbelievable. Whoa! Let's maybe not jump down quite that far. Two for one.
I did it. Okay.
We'll detach a ship from our fleet right now to join you. We're going to have such an adventure! See you later, best friends.
Oh my god!
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Alien in Star Trek Online. I understand what it's for. I understand why they did it. It just strikes me as being really weird that you have this whole list of alien species that you can be, and it's ended with just, or you can be an alien. As if all those other ones weren't also aliens. Thank you, Anstara. Thank you, Winters. Okay.
Steady does it.
I remember this bit from last time. A little bit, anyway.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
A man approaches you, his skin as dull and gray as the desolate village behind him. He scans you with sunken, lidless eyes. His voice is a dry croak. He glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him. I feel at home already.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever conceived a Hollowborn child?
That's a rather personal question. No.
Are you absolutely certain? Lord Raderick has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head, ever so slightly, towards the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a Bioek. Is there someone in town who could help? You said something about Hollowborn and Waidwin's legacy before. I don't like this, because I don't want to tip him off that something's going on with me. Because he's suspicious already, or generally distrustful, at least. And I really don't want him having to keep a closer eye on me. So I think maybe this might be the best we can do. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Ingwethian ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Bareth have mercy, we certainly have. Maybe so. Like I said, it's best to stay away from those sorts of places. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understand our rules. You said something about Hollowborn and Waidwin's legacy before. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Deerwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Waidwin's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. I see. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart. He nods. Oh. I have no choice. I have to actually say this. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a Bioek. Is there someone in town who could help?
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an Animancer. However, the only Animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all.
What a great place we've come to.
But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
Okay. Thanks for nothing, man.
Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
Urgit looks out towards the east, his expression unreadable. He blinks slowly and turns his attention back to you.
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
A peculiar spasm crosses his face, and the corner of his mouth quirks up into a mirthless smile. What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Bareth must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps, but that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest, the inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. Visions and whispers. We should probably look at the journal finally. You have seen visions of another time and place. You were walking in a grand chamber toward a giant machine and a man standing in front of it. You wanted to ask him something, but what it was wasn't clear. Oh, I love it when games do this. Arena. You have always been dazzled by letters and numbers, facts and figures, problems and stratagems. In academics, you found a way to surround yourself with what interested you, and since then you've largely spent your time trying to better yourself through the acquisition of knowledge. As a scholar in your homeland, Ruatai, you immerse yourself in the history of your culture and that of the world at large. But after years of seeing the world only in the pages of books, you wanted to experience it firsthand. The journey to Gilded Vale presents for you an opportunity to settle down and begin a new life. You fell ill traveling with a caravan bound for Gilded Vale. The caravan master sent you off with one of his guides, Kaliska, in search of a remedy. While out searching for the remedy, you were ambushed and returned to your camp to find it slaughtered at the hands of angry locals. You dealt with them only to be nearly killed by a wind that threatened to shear your soul from your body. You escaped with Heoden and Kaliska into an ancient ruin. You emerged from the ruin to find a strange ritual being performed at some kind of ancient machine. There was a man there who commanded others, and there was something oddly familiar about him. As he left, the machine began to spin, generating some kind of energy, and there was a blast that felt like a windstorm that you had encountered earlier. It turned the others who had been with him to ash, and neither Heoden nor Kaliska survived. You were knocked unconscious by the blast, and when you came to, you felt odd. You were seeing things, hearing things. You departed the ruins, attempting to reach Gilded Vale on foot, where hopefully you would be able to find someone who could cure you. When you arrived in Gilded Vale, you found that the town was not the growing and prosperous settlement you had been told it was. Instead, you found a dying town at the mercy of a phenomenon called Weldon's Legacy, and received a cold welcome from the town magistrate. Your prospects of settling in Gilded Vale looked bleaker as it was, but they may have been totally dashed when the tolling bells of Radric's Hold announced that their master's child had not been born in good health. The magistrate advised you to rest at an inn. I'm going based on how they pronounced it in the game, so I'm going to keep saying Kaliska. Shouldn't matter too much anyway, since she's dead and probably won't be coming back.
Steady does it.
Sellsword, Archer, what do we have here? That's not how I remember it, but I'll take your word for it for now. You're probably right. When you're streaming, there's a lot to keep track of.
Steady does it.
Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers, and notes half erased by the rains. Beneath the vines are crude carvings of a sun rising over 3 stars. You'd think these rains would be a boon for the crops. Oh, she has to go all the way back around again. You can't just step over that little bit of stone there. Blood moss. Settler's Arrow. Alright, let's move on. This is probably the inn. Actually, that looks more like an anvil. Maybe a blacksmith. Or some kind of smith. The pages are nearly empty. This Almawa man is of impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome, you're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we've fine weapons and armor to offer yet, all forged right here at the Black Hammer. Of course, you won't find it finer anywhere else. Jenna's land. Oh my god, the prices. I've got 196. Stores allow you to trade and sell your items for copper pieces or items in the store's inventory. Merchants buy items from you at a greatly reduced price. If you sell something, you may see it appear in the store's inventory with a much higher cost. Stores periodically refresh their inventories. That's really good to know. So these have got to be magic items of some sort. Oh, no, probably not. Jenna's lance, unique pike, two-handed. She's not really going to need weapons, unless there are maybe special monk weapons or something. Now, stuff like this, though, ring of deflection, ring of protection, blunting belt, that kind of stuff could be pretty handy. Oh, a pry bar. Effective for prying open certain types of containers, but not especially useful on doors due to the uneven and narrow distribution of its leverage. I'll take it.
Hail and well met.
You mentioned something about your stock being low. We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them. Or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves, maybe, to make some coin. As if that lot would dare. If you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon, or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it.
As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace, Lord Raedric, and that's as it should be, but it doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron. I'll see them back safe and sound. I'd appreciate your trying anyhow. You bring back the supplies at least, and I'll have much more to offer you. A discount to start, and if you do find my workers, you give them a good smack upside the head for me. I like this guy. New quest, the Smith's shipment. Alright, let's get out of here. Hey Hammer, how's it going? Okay, so that was not the inn. That's probably not the inn. Oh, wait.
Steady does it.
Who are you? Villager. You're also villager. We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you grow fat on our crops. A muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. The first of you drunkards comes through that door gets a shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Sweener. I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull, and we'll have fair prices, or by the flame we'll have a reckoning. New task, Against the Grain. Investigate the feud. I don't like that it
keeping quiet
interrupts my stealth and then just pops me back into normal movement again. That's maybe my one complaint so far. Esternwood. I guess we could try Esternwood. There doesn't seem to be a lot for us in the Vale itself. Very alert deer. These carvings glisten with fresh sap. I have no idea what I'm gathering all these ingredients for, by the way. I just see them as loot, so therefore they must be picked up. Wicked vessel, immune to charmed, confused, diseased, dominated, poisoned, sickened, and unconscious. Sounds very much like it's undead. Warding symbols as red and rough as scabs have been carved into some of the trees. This might be a good time to save. Games have conditioned us to grab everything that isn't nailed down. You are very correct.
Let's go.
Oh, there's lots of them. I'm dead. Ouch! When a party member is reduced to 0 endurance, they are knocked out. This means they are out of the fight, but as long as your side is victorious, they will regenerate their endurance when combat ends. Even though endurance regenerates after combat, health does not. Keep an eye on the bar to the left of your character's portrait to prevent them from becoming maimed or killed. This is why we save. A serious pack rat in every game I play? Oh yes. Wait till I get further in Fallout. Oh, that's not my save game. What the heck? Where's Wicked? Wicked. There we go. Wait till I get further in Fallout 4. Many's the time you will see me walk all the way across the map on stream, completely loaded down with like 2,000 pounds of gear on 2 broken legs because I can't leave it behind.
Let's go.
Let's see if I can do it this time. Oh, gained a wound. Hang on. Should I be using stuff? Second wind requires athletics. Swift strikes, yes. Wait. Holy crap, I killed all of them. I barely got touched that time. What the heck? Fallout and the Elder Scrolls limited inventory drives me crazy, especially Fallout 4, as I want it for building material. Yeah, but the nice thing about Fallout 4 is that it never stops you from getting the stuff that you need. It only breaks your legs and makes you move really, really slowly.
Nice and slow.
But you can still... Oh, good. Spiders, too. That's great. I'm thinking maybe we generally stay within the fences here. Story mode can make for some very quick fights. That's fair. Actually, you know, with that in mind, maybe I should at least try the spiders after I save the game to lock in our glorious victory over the Wicked.
Let's go.
Spear spider leg. Spear spiders have long tapering front limbs ending in a sharp point which they use to impale their prey. This leg Leg is covered in small backward-facing barbs.
Nice and slow.
Dead adventurer. Ramhorn helm. Helmets come in many forms, from the humble padded cap to fully enclosed steel great helms. Different cultures tend toward different styles of helmets, but outside of regimented armies, the type of helmet an individual wears often comes down to personal preference.
Nice and slow.
There's a couple of companions in the town? Okay, well, we'll probably pick them up eventually. I'm gonna be greedy with my early experience and money for now.
Good day, stranger.
Oh, he sounds familiar. Hold, madam, but a moment. A hooded man waits upon the road, clad in green cloak. He strides forward to meet you as you approach, and at a closer distance his features are revealed for those of a younger man, though lined with weariness. He appears to be favoring his left leg as he walks, and there is a dark stain upon the fabric of his trousers under the knee. Even so, he greets you with a polite bow. I do not know your purpose in traveling this road, friend, but I would warn you against it. He gestures up the path with a sweep of his arm. For the keep beyond belongs to that tyrant which calls himself Lord of Gilded Vale. Like many tyrants, he has surrounded himself with stronger men and women for fear of retribution. The man smiles thinly. We should all welcome the assistance of a brave woman such as yourself, but still I think you would fare better with some allies. The game apparently agrees with you guys. I need a party. Who are you? Only a man determined to see Gilded Vale restored to its former glory. There was a time, stranger, when Gilded Vale was worthy of its name. The crops gleamed like gold, and the village's people lived well. And what has become of it now? Whatever has caused the blight upon our lands, it is not the fault of its people. Raedric looks to punish us for crimes we have not committed, and in turn he is blind to his own. While I really enjoyed my short experience playing Bard in Baldur's Gate 3, I think I'm going to wait until they add a story mode difficulty to the game. Does this game have a story mode? Yes, I'm playing it right now, Winters, and it's a lot of fun. Who is this tyrant you speak of? Raedric. He turns his head to spit upon the ground. He is Raedric VII, descended from the great Ediran house that allied with Dyrwood during the Revolution. The Raedrics have been stewards of the Gilded Vale ever since. They were once worthy of their charge. But no longer. The House of Raedric is led by an oppressor, one who believes that he can purge the curse of Waidwen's legacy from these lands through force and fire. You have seen the tree at the center of Gilded Vale. It has stood there since before the first house was raised, and now it is testament to Raedric's cruelty. Every week there are more bodies. He shakes his head. We must put an end to it. Perhaps you could come with me. I sorely wish that I could, but I would only hinder you further. One of Raedric's lickspittles slipped a dagger in my leg before he fell. May he be half so lucky in the next life. You've got this game so you can play it? That's awesome, Winters. It's well worth it. I really like it. He glances down at his wound. But it is not the leg which pains me. We have lost too many to Raedric's defenses. This is why I would turn to you now for assistance. I can handle any threat on my own. Then perhaps you will fare better than we have. The man's expression grows somber. Listen, there is not much time, and if you would hazard your life for curiosity, perhaps you will do the same for a nobler purpose. Too long has Gilded Vale suffered under Raedric's madness. He would cure Waidwen's legacy by ensuring there are none left alive in the village to be afflicted. I fear his own wife, Ygritte, may be at risk. The man has no mercy in him. I would face him myself and put a blade through his rotten heart, but our last attempt proved costly, and Lord Raedric has called for reinforcements. Our time grows short, and in such times I must beg assistance where I can. I go now to gather what allies I have. Brave the keep if you dare. See Raedric into his grave, and Gilded Vale will count you as its savior. The man bows again. May the gods guide your arm. Stop taking me out of stealth.
Nice and slow.
Now, is Raedric's hold the one that I eventually take as my own stronghold? I don't remember. I don't remember if I ever went to actually try to kill the guy. Like I said, it's been over 5 years since I played this. I know I did have a stronghold. I know it is the stronghold you're supposed to end up with. That's about the extent of what I remember, though. So it's very possible I never actually finished that. You know, I was all set to play Greedfall tomorrow. I'm kind of thinking we might do 12 hours of this tomorrow. I'm really, really loving this. Let's poke up here a little bit, see if there's more to murder. Then I'll see if I can go find some people that join in with my efforts. Well, it would be kind of fitting, Anstara. I mean, it is supposed to be Fantastical Friday tomorrow. It is supposed to be RPG Day. Now, I am thinking, when I'm doing the long stream of the month, I'm not going to be terribly strict about that, because it's a long stream. Sometimes there are other kinds of games I'm going to want to play. So I'll be a little more, you know, open to other types of games on that day, the one out of the month. But, you know, when it's appropriate, why not play an RPG for it? Okay. Villager, cow, probably not the cows. Dented and dull, these swords look ready for the forge. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. You see a man crouching, surreptitious and alone, a series of untamed shrubs that all hides him from the vision ahead. His eyes are locked on a Delamgan, beautiful and terrible, eyes half-lidded as she hums. A bird with fantastic blue and orange plumage sits on her shoulder, trilling gently, and the man is entranced. Trembling, tentative, he stands, and the tranquility is broken by the bird's startled squawk. The Delamgan half smiles, beckoning with twig-like fingers. She does not speak as he approaches. His mouth is dripping sounds of awe and admiration. She waits, coy and tempting, and with agonizing slowness he is before her. Then something changes. She sees something hanging limply from his side and begins to hiss. Fingers suddenly claws and eyes black with hate. He has no time to reach for his axe or grimoire as she strikes, and just as soon as she strikes, she is gone. The only evidence of her existence, the shuddering wreck on the ground. He grabs at his grimoire nonetheless and begins to chant, but the words of a magical language of his own imagining, scribbled in a maniacal shorthand, ring hollow, and the silence continues unabated. He turns and shrugs at someone or something, but if there is something there, you do not see it. Okay, let's see what this guy... I barely remember this, but this is cool stuff. Let's see what this guy's about. You see a group of adventurers surrounded by a crowd of attacking Zaryps. This man is with them, seemingly unconcerned by the battle, even detached from it as he stands in the middle of his comrades chanting, his expression bordering on elation. His voice is powerful and deep, booming out across the combatants as a rich counterpoint to the chaos of their fighting. With every phrase, the battlefield changes. His allies glow with a pulsing blue light, freezing the Zaryps that surround them. A blazing pyre erupts from the ground, cutting and burning the creatures and sending them scattering. One of the fallen Zaryps suddenly explodes as 3 giant grubs crawl from its corpse and attack the remaining enemies. The man continues to chant, thoroughly enthralled in the joy of the moment. Finally, the creatures have been reduced to 1. His allies stand back as the man approaches it, still chanting. He removes his hammer and swings it at the Zaryp. His phrase ends as the hammer connects with its head, punctuating the spell and bringing his song to an end. Okay, so probably nothing here. If you guys want to tell me where the companions are they gathered around the tree, maybe? The town master guy did mention something about an inn, although I don't think I found such an inn. Temple, Aloth. Oh, it's there. Okay, never mind. Outside the tavern? Alright.
Nice and slow.
There we go. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
Everyone calm down. Whatever this is about, I'm sure it's an overreaction. One of the other men glares at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. We're humble folk, but we're no fools, not like he thinks, mocking us while he shelters in our village. We don't take to that kind of talk from foreigners, especially not Adirans.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
Wow.
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
That's where you're wrong.
Oh boy. Back down, all of you. This is absurd. No one gives us orders, foreigner. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspiciously like you're defending him. Oh boy. As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
I'm glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts, though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
Nice to meet you, Matt Mercer.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I'm grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
In Gwithan ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. In half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
Several hooded figures operating a strange machine. Aloth goggles at you silently, apparently assessing your earnestness. Finally, he gives you a clipped, awkward laugh.
You do manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments.
What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
An excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
Indeed, sir. I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on souls.
Indeed. The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists, and he has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
He nods at the gnarled old tree in the center of town. His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. Greenie! They have not been toppled yet. Oh, you don't want this particular tree, Greenie. The tree that they're referring to, not a good tree. Not a good tree at all. How are you doing this evening? It's good to see you. Just how did you manage to cross those three drunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did make a rather lewd suggestion regarding one of the aggressors and his own sister. Aha, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. I'm sure it's just misunderstood. Yes, exactly. Well, if you're talking about the tree, Greenie, I suppose technically speaking, the tree itself is innocent. But the people use it as one hell of a hanging tree. And I fear the tree itself has been tainted. You don't exactly look like a settler.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places. As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
Okay. There we are, our first party member. Let's loot the villagers. So we've got silver Fennings. Oh, I like that they have multiple currencies. I don't know why, I really like that in games. I like when they do more than just the basic gold. I'm glad your stream troubles didn't last very long, Greenie. That's a good thing.
I shall be discreet.
Thank you. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean. Haska, huh?
Hello.
And welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you. Tenfrith told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. Oh, hey. I didn't... Somehow I spaced on the fact that we were going to have the advantage here. I can't thank you enough. Gilded Vale, moderate positive. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfrith said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. She laughs. So what would you like? I could use some reliable help. Do you know of anyone looking for work? Oh, well, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience, but we do have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. Hey, that was handy. That's a pile of XP for just asking a question. Let me see what I have to work with. Oh! Oh, that's cool. That's how you make custom characters, then. Oh, I like that. I'm not going to do that. I think for now,
Good day, stranger.
we'll work with the companions that it gives us, but I'm not going to hold up my nose at the idea of maybe getting customs. I'd like to know more about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for years, but the Black Hound's fairly new. We get a lot of new faces in here, too. Fewer than we used to, I'll admit. Tenfrith's the big draw. I'm sure we'll get the big crowds back again in no time. I used to work the tables, actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him. He even left his poor hound behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound? It's still sitting upstairs pining after him. Poor old girl. Place ended up in my hands somehow, she laughs. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. Please sit where you'd like. Where would you like a drink or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today, she sighs. Unless you're fond of cold porridge. Could I see what you have for sale? I'm sure you'll find something to your liking. We have the finest cook in the Deerwood. Darkest Ruatai cookies. Ixamiddle rice pan, savory pie, pearlwood chicken. Oh, Greenie, this is your kind of game. It's got all the detailed food. Ruatai sweet pie, ale, beer, milk, cheese, grain, potion of minor endurance, potion of minor regeneration, and of course camping supplies. I didn't really get a whole lot of money while I went off on my own excursion there, did I? Recruit adventurers, retrain character, party management. From the party management screen, you can see what your allies are up to when they aren't in the party. If you've assigned them to adventures, Oh, that's interesting. You can see how long it will take for them to complete their assignment. Recalling a companion or adventurer from a mission before it is completed will forfeit all of the potential rewards for that assignment. Man. This game gets pretty detailed, actually. This is pretty neat. No companions available to hire. Okay. Aloth, 2nd level wizard, wood elf. Adir Gentry. Ruatai scholar. Okay, so we're both wood elves, but fairly different aside from that. Here's where you can make hirelings, but, well, they're not companions. So they're not full characters in the same sense as these two are.
Stealth 0, Athletics 0, Lore 7, damn. Mechanics 1, Survival 0. They are full characters, they just don't talk. Well, that's okay. There's something to be said for companions that don't say too much.
Greetings.
Don't know who you are and don't much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Aloth narrows his eyes. Careful, looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me. He wrinkles his nose. Smells like it, too. I saw you outside of the mill. What was that about? Well, someone fancies themselves a meddler, eh? What's that about? It's about Trumbull thinking he's king of the town on account of he's got the mill to his name. The dwarf's jowls quiver with rage. It's about him barely giving us anything for the wheat we bring him and then cutting our purses when we need to buy grain. It's about farmers going hungry while some bastard gets rich off their crops. That's what it's fucking about. Now shove off. Maybe I could go talk to him for you. Huh. You think you'll get through to him when we haven't? The man's thick as a peat bog. I hear he got his soul read, found his kin used to grow some sonreed trees for their Adiran lords up until they figured out their side was losing. Explains why his knees still ache to bend to whatever lord or lady crosses the road. He'll be holed up in that mill for days, the coward. The dwarf eyes you consideringly. But here, if you want to give it a shot, then good luck. We'll owe you one if you manage it. So we investigated the feud. Now we can resolve the feud between Trumbull and Seywyn. There's another companion to be had in town. He's one of your favorites. Very nice. Strom Brightblade. Wow. I wonder if that's a reference. Oh, can you?
Hi?
Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How may I be of service? Tell me about a deer. I've been gone for more than a year now, but I suspect I'll always think of the forests and fields of Adir as home. We've thousands of years of history and tradition behind us, and there's a sense of dignity and responsibility that comes with that. He frowns. Of course, there's baggage as well. Our imperial past is still fresh in the minds of many, as you may have noticed here. Has it been difficult to adjust to the Dyrwood? People here are informal, hot-headed, or hot-blooded. His mouth twists into a wry smirk. More attentive to insult than to duty, but as long as one avoids provocation, it's easy enough to get along. He steeples his fingers. I've gotten accustomed enough to keep my thoughts to myself, anyway. Thank you for that. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this woman's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. You see a woman emptying her satchel onto her bed, taking stock of her inventory. Potions, bandages, tinctures, and herbs are scattered throughout her room haphazardly. She bites her lip, head tilted to the side, considering. She begins to repack, one item after the other, careful deliberation undercut by shaking hands. Each item has a clearly marked place, but no matter how she repacks it, she isn't satisfied. The shaking worsens as she empties it out once more, one hand held to her mouth. Tears eke from her eyes as she gives up all semblance of order and shoves everything she can into the satchel, grabbing it and running out of the bare house. Straightening her back, she walks to the docks, chin high, eyes hard and red. A gangly young elf offers his condolences, but she can't see him for the ocean ahead of her. She wanders the docks, offering her services as a doctor to any who will listen, anyone heading out on high tide. Less than an hour later, she watches her childhood disappear in the distance, a tiny speck of an island, and tries not to jump. You see a group of men standing around a makeshift practice target. This man stands in the middle of them, explaining the construction and use of a bow. He holds it up, pointing out each part as he speaks about it and what it does. He then walks away from the target, telling them to remain where they are, and takes his place about 200 feet away. He carefully lines up his shot, explaining that what he is doing as he does, and lets the arrow fly. It hits the target dead center, much to the surprise and delight of the boys near it. He smiles, walking toward the boys, talking about the proper stance and how to most effectively hold a bow. A noise comes from the tree line near their practice venue, and he stops, scanning the woods, blue eyes squinting against the sun. A shadow moves, making its way through the forest behind them. He draws an arrow and lines up the shot, carefully tracking the motion of the hidden creature. Loosing the arrow, he wastes no time and quickly grabs another. The boys spin, watching the arrow fly into the forest, immediately lost among the trees. There is sudden explosive movement in the undergrowth as a deer erupts from the tree line, running across the edge of the clearing. The boys laugh, turning to joke with the man about his lousy shot. They stop talking, seeing him holding the bow and leading the deer with a knocked arrow. They drop to the ground as he looses his last arrow, which flies true and strikes the deer right behind its shoulder, piercing heart and lungs and dropping it dead almost immediately. The boys stare at the deer for a few seconds and then slowly turn to look at the man, newfound respect in their eyes. He smiles again and breathes a quiet sigh of relief.
Mm-hmm.
Hi?
Nice and slow.
Carouser. Roaches scatter and flee under the crates. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You see a man soar through the air, hitting a nearby wall with a nauseating crunch. He doesn't get up. His attacker, a burly, clean-cut warrior with a carnivorous grin, turns and shoves his fist into the stomach of another assailant, removing another from the impromptu brawl. The bar is a whirlwind of elbows, knees, fists, and feet, and with no end in sight, and he is in his element. In the corner, 3 smaller men speak quietly, throwing malicious glances at the larger man in the center. He breaks a chair over a tattooed head, cackling. The trio position themselves in 3 parts of the room, and with a terse nod they charge. Unfortunately for them, the man sees them coming. Something in his eyes burns brightly, and all 3 slump to the ground in an agony that's all in their minds. The burly man bows to a room of the unconscious and incapacitated before sauntering out, off-key whistle trailing behind him. You see a long, empty road cutting through 2 large crop fields. The air is silent and the land seems too still for early afternoon. This woman walks slowly on the road, leading a horse, curiously looking around. She seems to sense something wrong, but is unable to discern what it is. She stops, sniffing the air, her nose high. Her brow crinkles as she casts about, looking for something. The air is clear, no clouds. She sniffs again, still looking around, confusion clouding her face, mouthing a single word. Fire? She looks out across the fields, her confusion turning to fear. She holds her hands up to block the sun from her eyes and scans the fields again. Not finding what she was looking for, she jumps onto her horse's back, the fear quickly becoming panic. She kicks, sending the horse shooting down the path, which bends around some trees to where the farmhouse should be. She pulls up short, horror now in residence on her face as she stares at the burned and charred mess that used to be her family's home. Tears well up in her eyes as she kicks again, racing to the rubble. You see an emaciated boy in chains, black holes for eyes, staring sightlessly at a wall. A man in a dark coat walks in, a scroll and an oddly shaped quill in his hand. The boy glances at him expressionless, a corpse waiting for animation. The man clucks at him, disapproval clear in his tone. The boy stands, limbs hanging. The man takes the quill and begins to write on the boy's chest, copying sharp, angular symbols from the scroll. The child doesn't flinch as the quill digs into his skin, drawing blood as it goes. The wizard finishes with a flourish and barks some arcane command, setting the symbols to glow dully. The boy cries out, knees hitting the stone hard, his chest burning black and red. Finally, the glow disappears, leaving only hard black scars etched into his skin. He slumps sideways, twitching, eyes facing the back of his skull. The wizard grunts, kicking him on the leg on his way out. The boy lies on the floor until dawn, eyes still black like holes, the twitches growing into convulsive shakes. That's okay, Alarix. They're really cool. I don't mind that at all.
Nice and quiet.
Crammed behind the books is a drawing that shows Eothas and Lord Raedric in a compromising position. Oh my.
I'll see what I can do.
Or she can do it.
I've got it.
Nope. The Deerwood Part 1. Oh, we can collect books in this game. Clearly, we must do so.
How may I help?
Sure.
These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. Is that a rat? That looks more like a rat than a dog. I should record your reading of all these dreamy bits. I can't stand reading them myself. Sudden Impulse, welcome on in. Should I start with this game, Divinity 2, Original Sin, Pathfinder, Wrath of Righteousness, or Torment, Tides of Numenera? I have played at least some of all of those games except for Pathfinder, Wrath of Righteousness. I played Kingmaker. Kingmaker's amazing. I do not have Wrath of Righteousness yet. However, since that's the sequel to Kingmaker, I can pretty much tell you, pick the one that interests you most. You're not going to go wrong. They're all amazing. Torment, Tides of Numenera is fantastic. The only reason I didn't stream that one in full is because it's way too much talking. There's a lot of text in that one, and I tried to stream it. I did, and it was just too much for my throat. I could not do it. But Divinity Original Sin 2 is really amazing. I would start with Divinity Original Sin before the second one, unless you've already played it, in which case go on with the second one. But yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2, amazing. Pathfinder, amazing. I assume it's as good as Kingmaker is. And Torment, also amazing. So you can't really go wrong. Also, this one is pretty amazing as well. Just focusing on this one. Kingmaker kind of scared me because I heard there was a hard time limit situation or it auto fails. It's not that bad. I've never finished Kingmaker, but I wouldn't let that stop you from playing it. I mean, if you want to start with the other one first, I don't think it's going to hurt you very much, because I don't think the games are directly connected, but even so. Divinity Original Sin 2 is rather different from the others on that list. That's a little bit different, Adstara, but they're all in the same family of games. They are all very much descended from the Baldur's Gate style of gameplay. And in fact, Divinity Original Sin 2 has, I guess, a lot of people don't necessarily realize this, but Larian Studios made Divinity Original Sin almost as a showpiece. They wanted to show Wizards of the Coast what they could do so that they could get them to get the license to make D&D games.
And they weren't quite sold with Divinity Original Sin, but they said, keep going with what you're doing, we like it. And so they made Divinity Original Sin 2. And that's when they really sold Wizards of the Coast, and they said, yeah, okay, go ahead, we're going to make a D&D game with you, and now we're getting Baldur's Gate 3 as a direct result. So it's almost like Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 were the trials that allowed them to get Baldur's Gate 3 out. This one is really cool, but a lot of reading, very little voice acting. But the voice acting there is phenomenal. I don't mind reading. If I had to read out loud like streamers, that would be another story. Yeah. This one's not nearly as bad as Torment Tides of Numenera. That one and Planescape Torment, which Numenera is the spiritual successor to. I tried to stream both of them. I really wanted to stream both of them. I could not do it. It's just too much for the throat. Like, maybe there were people out there who could do it, but they're probably people who talk a lot more in their day-to-day lives than I do. I just don't have the vocal stamina for it. In Pillars of Eternity 2, you can also choose if you want turn-based or real-time with pause, so it can be similar to Divinity. Alright, who else do we have here?
Steady does it.
Northern server, drunken. We got the villagers who are arguing. I guess that's about it, except for... Can't help but notice this thingy. Some kind of brown slop is congealing in these dishes. It smells burned. Oh, here's our buddy. Let's see if we can go visit him. Spoons hang by the fire, coated in brownish gunk. Ah, it's you, my savior. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I have decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. Gilded Veil, minor positive. The party has gained a recipe, savory pie. Actually, savory pie sounds amazing. I could go for some savory pie. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels.
Nice and quiet.
Maybe one day there will be advanced enough text-to-speech systems for these. It's already pretty much getting there, but I don't know if game developers would want to do that for the most part. I mean, for very low-budget games, it might be okay. But you get so much more from a real voice actor. If it is at all possible to get real voice actors to do it, I think that's definitely the best way to go. Alfra's house. Ingrod's house. Blackhammer Smithery. Windmill. I guess we should probably go deal with the windmill stuff. Oh, well, as an accessibility option, honestly, that's a really good point. That's an amazing point. Like, actually, honestly, as an accessibility option, the technology is already there right now. You could do that. It just would not be, you know, you'd be able to tell that it was a computer doing the reading. But you are absolutely in the point now where you could make that happen. That's current technology. It would never convince you that they had hired actors to do it, but if a game would not have any voice acting, it should consider text-to-speech as an accessibility thing. Yes, I agree. I know there's a recent AAA game, it might be one of the Last of Us games, that has an audio description element for the entire game for blind players. That's amazing. I love that. It reads like a book almost. was kind of wild to see the video for that. That is so good. Wouldn't surprise me if that was The Last of Us Part 2, honestly. They did so much with accessibility in that game. An elven man stands before you, his relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labor. His face is pale and drawn and his eyes wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. The miller raises a club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back if you value your life. Resolve 14, requirement not met. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. The miller hesitates, then lowers the club. Wait, I know you. You just came into town, right? Don't tell me Swainer's already got his claws into you. Gods, that's all I need. My name is Arena. I've only just arrived in Gilded Vale. Trumbull shakes his head. You picked a bad time to come visiting. Gilded Vale's had all its shine scraped off. Just a big dung heap now, and Swainer thinks he's king of it. They're all of them mad. What was all that ruckus outside? Where to begin? Swainer's whipped them up into a froth going on about the grain stores. Claims I've hidden away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I don't create it out of thin air, and I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Black Hound on the west side of town for ale, and Swainer and his lot sure don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on your way into town, the crop's blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers, Trumbull gestures to the sacks and containers, it's gone off, rotted through. I can't pay top prices for blighted wheat, and I've barely got enough good grain to go around. Swainer's howling after things he has no right to. Maybe I ought to go have a talk with Swainer, then. The miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have better luck. Tell him we're all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. We'll be in your debt for it, if you can convince him. Oh, The Last of Us 1 remake. Actually, that surprises me even less. That's pretty cool.
Keeping quiet.
Okay, where was that again? That was the Black Hound Inn. Monks have powerful unarmed attacks, but can use any of their abilities with standard melee weapons. Oh, that's cool. Though some of their abilities can be used when they choose, many require them to take damage and generate wounds. The wounds can then power the monk's special abilities. The windows are clouded with the haze of accumulated smoke and cooking grease.
Hello.
About this trouble with the miller. Hair off, Rabbit. I haven't anything else to say with you. What if I buy you all around? Will you talk to me then? Swainer considers it, briefly. He looks to the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats, and I I'll feel up to trading words. Rude.
Greetings.
I'd like to buy a round for the fine fellows over there. Fine fellows? You're having me on. Any more fighting and I'll have to ban Swainer from the inn entirely. The innkeeper frowns. Until then, it's 6 copper pieces for the lot. If I can just get them talking, I might be able to convince them to stop harassing the miller. Now, she's been good to us. She likes us. I'm gonna pay her. She deserves it. Right then, here, 3 drinks for 3 fools. Just take care with them. They're a hot-tempered bunch. Let's not attack, please.
Nice and slow.
Good day to you.
I've brought drinks. Hey, so you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Black Hound's shit beer. Gods, that's good. Alright then, you've got my attention. What is it you've got to say that's worth a round of drinks? Look, there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against a wall. Maybe you could ask some of the other villagers for help. Swainer eyes you for a few long moments, drinking deep from his mug. Then he sighs. You're right. Things go on like they are, we're just going to end up hanging from that tree out there. He looks to his comrades. Tell Trumbull we'll leave him be. Don't know what we'll do now with the crops failing. Haven't got another trade to speak of. Think Pasca needs a hand around the inn? Against the grain. Okay, let's go report back to Trumbull. So where is this other companion that I'm supposed to be able to get here? Is it one of the other houses or something? Since technically I have played this before, I don't mind the spoiler because it's not really a spoiler, it's more of a reminder. Oh, the ruin. Okay, right. I remember. I saw the trapdoor down to it. I forgot to go in. We will correct that as soon as I get... Oh my god, how is it almost 4 o'clock already? I guess I'll skip this last break.
Well met, friend.
You're back. Have you had any luck with Swainer? I spoke with him. I've convinced him to leave your family in peace. Why, that's... Really? That's great news. I wasn't sure you'd get through to them. They're out of their minds with drink half the time. I owe you a great debt. Here. He pulls a coin purse from his hip and pushes it towards you. Today's earnings to show my appreciation, and you can be sure I'll let everyone know what you've done for me. Gilded Veil, moderate positive. Keep it. You're having a hard enough time. You're a generous soul, friend, and we'll have you to thank for making it through the coming year. Safe travels, and may you find favor with the gods. Okay. Oh, hey, level up. He's not down. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'll poke around that area at least. Okay. Now, I've got 7 points this time because one carried over. I think... Yeah, we're going to go to 4 athletics. That leaves me 2 points left. I do enjoy my stealthiness. Even though I am going to be a bit of a frontline fighter, it's still going to be okay. Monk abilities. Long stride. What does this do? Intense practice and years of study enable the monk to move with confident fluidity in battle. During combat, the monk's movement rate is significantly increased. I like that. Wow, he really doesn't look like his portrait, does he? There we go. Bewildering oh, these are new spells. Creates a bizarre and perplexing visual distraction, confusing enemies in the area of effect. Combusting wounds. Causes enemy wounds in the area of effect to ignite, inflicting additional burn damage over time each time they are wounded. That's kind of evil. I like it. Rolling Flame. Creates a rebounding ball of fire, inflicting burn damage upon anyone in its path. That... I love the sound of it, except for the rebounding part. That makes me sound like it's going to be a terror to my own party. How about Ray of Fire instead, maybe? Creates a scorching ray of flame between the caster and the target, inflicting continual burn damage to the target and anyone caught in the ray. Now, see, that I like. That sounds fun. Oh, that's just, you know, with this kind of game, you have to expect it, Jarek. That's getting better because we're getting to the point where they're, unless they're going for the intentionally, you know, sort of retro vibe with this sort of game, they're going more the Baldur's Gate route, where you create your character and you don't use a static portrait anymore. You just create your character, and if there's a portrait, it's usually taken from the character you create. So it tends to look a little more consistent. Oh, we never talked to this guy. What's up, Thale? Oh, it's just one of these guys. Papa says the temple is cursed. I know you said it's not down. We're going down anyway. Wertan. A man lies resting upon the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeve soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. This temple isn't what it used to be, probably for the best, times being as they are. He groans and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of the faithful either. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you wearily. Maybe you'd have better luck. What happened to you? I was trying to avoid the spiders. He breathes a quiet laugh. Ran into a Skelder. Might have gone a little better for me if the beast hadn't knocked the sword right out of my hand. Good blade, too. Probably still lying there in the dust. He smiles wearily. But I'm not, so that's all right. It's not a bad wound, I think. Just hurts. I could go get your sword for you. That's kind of you, but there's no need. It wasn't doing me any good. You're welcome to it, though, if you find it. And more, if you help me get something more important. With the arm like this, I could use your help. The man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas, the scattered god. A grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Dyrwood. From Redceres, even. Until the war, of course. Even then, you'd get some of the stubborn ones. The ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Is this really the time for a history lesson? Go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Raedric decided he'd been too lenient on the Othosians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword, left them down there, buried under a heap of rock. After that, Raedric ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that up until recently.
Lord Raedric hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end, see? He smiles wryly. But until then, the temple is as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Wertan licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house. It doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Wertan breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you, if you need motivating. Aloth's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead. I'll find them. Then by the flame I owe you a good turn, but listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out. And take care down there. I wouldn't want to have to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. Okay. Eder sounds familiar. Why do I know that name? I probably had him last time I played.
I shall be discreet.
Oh, he's right here. It marks him on the map.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. The man smiles broadly. Welcome to our lovely village. Huh. Any suggestions? That didn't go quite the way I was expecting. Well, we could take a stab at a little bit of the dungeon. Have to talk to the tree. Okay, well, let's not go into the dungeon then. I don't seem to have an option to talk to the tree. Sleep, dream, ghost, Eder. Okay. Well, maybe let's go to the inn and get a room then. I think you have to sleep first. Fair enough.
Well met, friend.
Certainly, you're always welcome. We have 181. We could afford the best. Lasts for 2 rests. Oh, hang on. +1 perception and mechanics. Yes, we'll do that because we're going into the dungeon. Inns allow characters to rest without using camping supplies. Cheap rooms are usually available, but if you have copper to spend, you may consider the more expensive options. The bonuses they provide last for a long time and affect the entire party. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face is shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf's woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Oh, it's night. That's weird. Would have expected we'd get up in, the morning. Caldara de Baranzi. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten lichen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman, and when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
How were you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
I think you sleep a fixed number of hours? Yeah, that makes sense. Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I. Wherever here may be.
I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there.
I can't help it. I can't hear this voice without imagining that this must be exactly what Jester's grandmother would sound like.
You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well, a wonder!
What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Meerwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
Kadnua, that's the one. That's the stronghold. I think I survived a bivouac. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
You said souls break apart over time.
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success.
Animantic sciences? Interesting. I love that they consider it a science.
A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Nothing good.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins, miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other, turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
I had other questions. Or
of course, dear.
Or maybe not.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Irina was granted Crucible of the Soul. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you all right? You seemed lost just now. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. He gives you a sly grin. And I expect this has something to do with the hooded figures in the ruins, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they're rare and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions. He coughs, as you just demonstrated. Let's continue on. The Old Watcher.
17.5.
The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils.
Attention, please. What is this? A librarian has subscribed for 6 months? Astounding. Hilera, please make sure this librarian gets their new red book.
Handlejack, how's it going? Thank you so much for 6 second months. How the heck are you doing? What's going on? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. Let me see. The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
Is this also Matt Mercer? Am I going to be traveling with two Matt Mercers? What the hell?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
It is double Mercer. Oh my god. What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted anyway.
And funnily enough, you can make your character be voiced by Matt Mercer as well. That's amazing. That's so cool. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched. His smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
Do you know what a watcher is? Impossible. I don't drool half as much. Huh, so you're already familiar. Still, you'll have to forgive my curiosity. Round here, we prefer to turn a blind eye to our dead. Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Best not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
None taken. Good. They don't mean it personal when they hang folks here. I have to remind myself.
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Eothas. Overthrows Redceris. Marches on Deerwood, so we gave him a Deerwooden hello. What's a Deerwooden hello? I'm going to assume it involves a lot of weaponry.
We blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it is a smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. God of Rebirth and Redemption, formerly anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved? Radric sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Radric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. So I'm guessing Kolsk is the gentleman we encountered in the woods. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later. If not for plotting against Radric, then for protecting me. What does your town have against you?
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back.
So, if Adir's brother is Woden. Does that make Adir Thor's uncle? Huh.
After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the Legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Aloth glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. Who's Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives you a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured out where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Waden's legacy started with Waden. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Caird Noir. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one. It's such a shame they don't have dialogue for Aloth during this whole conversation. I want to hear the two of them speak to each other.
All right, then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. Fragments of a Scattered Faith. Alright, folks. We are going to head into the dungeon, but we're not going to do it tonight, I think. I'm doing a 12-hour stream tomorrow starting at 4 in the afternoon, which means I have got to get to bed earlier than usual tonight. I kind of wanted to stream a little bit later because I started so late, but we're going to have lots and lots tomorrow, so I think we're going to be all right. Tomorrow is... I think we're going to play more of this. It's Fantastical Friday, and while I am going to be a little bit lenient with what kind of game we play on the long stream of the month, because it is only a once-a-month thing, it might be anything other than an RPG, but, you know, if I can do it as an RPG, that's even better. Passing out time for me? Yeah. It would feel like a Bugs Bunny skit jumping back and forth, putting on one hat and then the other. Yeah, you're not wrong, but it'd be fun. If I were rich for real, I would have liked to try to get these voiced more. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. It's hard to do. I mean, there are games nowadays that are doing it, Jarek. It does cost a lot of money, though, because it's very difficult for the voice actors. It puts a lot of strain on their voices, which means you have to draw out the recording for a longer period of time, and that costs more money, and, you know, budgets have limits, so... It's not often it can happen, especially for really dialogue-heavy games like this, but they're getting better. They are getting better. It was very nice to have you here. How do you like to be addressed? Is Ilarox okay? Is there a better pronunciation or a short form, or what's the deal? Let me know, and I will do my best to try and remember. While you're considering the answer to that, I'm going to take a look at my list of awesome folks, and we will see about who we're going to throw a raid over to. I have some ideas in mind. I think we've got at least 2 really awesome people online. Hodon Kane is on. He's playing some Stardew Valley. That's pretty cool. Greenie, of course, is on. Greenie Trini is playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Danatage is playing Escape from Tarkov. Simcopter is playing Risk, the game of global domination. Tea with Mandy is playing Cyberpunk. iTrey is up to Metal Gear Solid 4 at this point. What If Julia is playing The Sims 4? Sadly, it looks like Ultrasaurus is not online. Illarox, Ill or Rocks. Okay, that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy. Thank you. I think we'll go with Greenie. Let's go visit Greenie. See how his Tomb Raider playthrough is doing. Tomb Raider's another game I have to restream, like another game from the distant past of the stream. Fun fact, the 2013 Tomb Raider reboot was the very second game I ever streamed on Twitch. The first was Alien Isolation. That was back in 2014. And I never finished Tomb Raider. I got pretty close to the end, but I never quite got there. So I've never gone through the second or third games. Metal Gear 4 or Greenie? We'll definitely go with Greenie, I think. I would love to raid Trey, but we've raided her relatively recently. We'll have to catch her again another time soon. We're going to go raid Greenie Trini. There's his link. Let me get you guys the raid call. Here at the Library of Lore, we use Library Raid. You've been bookmarked with the heart emote and the wave emote of the channel if you're a sub. If you are not a sub, you can use the Twitch Raid and the Tomb Raid emotes. In either case, sub or non-sub, you are invited and welcome to use any emote you feel is fun and appropriate for the raid. Just copy the raid message, arrange whatever emotes you want to use the way you want them to appear, and it'll all be good in my book. So let me get my own raid message copied here. If you've got emotes of your own or emotes from other Twitch streamers, maybe other Twitch emotes, feel free to use those. There we are, all copied. So we're going to go visit Greenie. You guys, if you've been hanging out for any length of time in the channel, you know who Greenie Trini is. He's been a friend of this channel for a very long time now. He's a good friend. He's one of my mods here in chat, and he's a fantastic streamer in his own right. So let's go learn some tree facts with him and see how his Tomb Raider playthrough is doing. I will be back tomorrow at a much earlier time than usual. Normally, I start at 11 p.m.-ish. Tonight, more-ish than usual. 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, I will be starting probably a good 7 hours before that, and I will just be continuing on until, well, basically until I can't stream anymore. So probably around my usual end time, around 4, maybe 5 in the morning. So it'll be a good 12-hour stream in all likelihood, unless something goes seriously wrong. We have actually had some pretty awful weather, so there's the possibility that stuff could happen, but barring incidents like that, I'll go as long as I can. So let's get over to Greenie's channel. I'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much for an awesome and really, really, really chill and fun stream and reminding me why this game is so great. I will catch you tomorrow and hopefully over in Greenie's channel in just a moment. So have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night, day, evening, whatever it is where you are in the world, and a great weekend if I don't see you. Bye for now.
Seems you're not too shabby yourself, so I guess you've earned a reward, newbie. You got 5 great balls from Blue. Oh my god, the charging of the boar. Oh.
What the hell was that?
At first, you'll have no issue finding boars and bitter leaf on your way. Assuming you're as much a hunter-gatherer as your clothing suggests.
Thanks, Mildif. I'll keep an eye out.
So that's what gratitude sounds like.
And don't let anyone push you around, okay?
If you say so.
Helping the chef is the greatest of causes. It's true. It's true.